Hello everyone, my name is Steven Zapata, greatest living draftsman, and I've got a new course out, Design Fundamentals. It's meant to help you understand design on a comprehensive and principled level and show you how to run projects that build skills and contribute to a portfolio. Maybe you want to be a concept artist, an illustrator, a fine artist, or just the most badass hobbyist on your block. Whatever you want to do with art, if you ever want to do anything vaguely original, you need to understand design. You need a process and a mental framework for getting to something new rather than just copying what you've seen before or photos of stuff that already exists. If you do want to improve at design, that process, that mental framework, it does exist. It's based on the principles of design, and I've spent the past year, is it more than a year? Oh my God, this took forever. I've spent the past whatever putting this course together, full of my insights into the elements of art and the principles of design. Across 10 assignments in this course, you will be concepting your own imagined video game. You'll come up with the overall idea, you'll pick a theme, you'll write a treatment, and you'll design assets that give you a chance to practice all these new concepts. And at the end, all of these individual assignments come together into a cohesive final image. When I designed this syllabus, I wanted to make the course I wish I had taken back in my first year of school. And I did. If I was asked to teach Design 1 at Art Center today, I would just play these videos as my lectures, and this is the same cohesive, practical, fun assignment I would make the students do all semester. Also, just like a college course, everyone gets my feedback on all 10 assignments. In the exclusive course community, you can post your work to get feedback from me and your peers, and there's even a video workroom that's always open so you can hang out together while you work. So if you're interested, go to zapatacourses.com/designfundamentals and check it out. And I will see you on the other side of the mystical gateway of design.
Come in. Oh,
Hello, Joseph, is it?
hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh, Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you drew this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with Form from Imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about Form from Imagination. It is I. It is I. It is I, the great Steven Zapata. Ancient art master. Art hermit. Wanderer in the woods. Spiritual seeker. Live streamer. Live streamer, spiritual seeker, Steven Zapata, go in live, go in live, go in live, Steven Zapata. All right. Oh, where we at? Where the fuck even am I? It's November 26th in the year of our Lord, 2025, at exactly 12 noon on a cloudy, rainy day here in New York. Lovely New York. Saying hello to Gavin, Bernanzar Narslan, Applewood, Sharp Kalidor, Roundbrush, Cody Paints, Count Umpla, Neil K, Colin Gallagher, 1648, Sony Akulin, Om Tui, Dana Fay, Majoranyai. And I think that's everybody. Welcome, everybody. Let me know if I'm loud enough. If the audio's good. If I'm too loud. Is it possible I'm too loud? I'm stuck in dreaded fan art mode, which overtakes me about once a year these days. Actually, before I say all that, I should remind people of that El Cursos, the multiple El Cursos, El Curso, they're on sale. They're on sale for Black Friday. Form from Imagination, on sale. Design Fundamentals, on sale. My tutorials on Proko, on sale. All reduced price for Black Friday. El Viernes Negro. All right, let's Let's see. We got new patrons. We got new patrons today. Oh, hold on. You're supporting the stream over here. Let's see if we got any new patrons. And when the heck was the last stream? Last Thursday? Last Wednesday? Guess I should check. I go to YouTube. I go to view your channel. I go to live. It was only 4 days ago. What am I even doing here? November 21st. This was last Friday. So, all right, I remember honoring Ariel Hill was my suit of armor. All right, so since then, we've got a few new members to the Patreon. We have Drift, Erwin Aguafria, I like that name, Erwan Aguafria, and Charlie. Drift, Erwan Aguafria, and Charlie. Thank you so much for supporting the Patreon. You make these streams possible. You make it possible for me to sit here on my butt, sketchbook open, and draw, and hopefully help inspire people, keep them company, whatever the heck people are using these streams for. I think the ADHD community calls it like a body doubling, is it? I just feel like drawing Venom. Again, I've been on a Venom kick. So I'm going to try a digital thing today. That's why it's called Testing Workflows. So yeah, thank you again, Drift, Erwan, Aguafria, and Charlie. You guys are princes, potentates, and warriors. And unfortunately, yeah, the flower of heaven, once yours, is now lost. Obviously, because if such astonishment as this can seize eternal spirits like yourselves, you know, though your imperial substance cannot fail, you can be brought much low in terms of ignominy and glory. Hopefully this stream will help correct that. We'll turn things around. We'll return to you your heavenly splendor that you once had and that is now lost. Let's work on that. Let's work on that. Drop the album. Stephen, Cody is giving me $5. Cody, I want you to know something. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you supporting the stream. I know you a little better now. I know more about your situation, what you're trying to do. Please stop sending me money. You don't need to do that. I want you to keep your money. I really do. Sorry, I'm choking now. I'm choking on my bad business practices. Oh, God. Sorry, I think I got somebody's MBA stuck in my throat. I love you, man. You got stuff going on? Keep your money. I mean it. These $5, it's not like I can just like click a button to rescind them. So I am going to turn them into pure, uncut Colombian coffee for my son. But for the future, hold on. All right? Hold on. Let's see Cody's question. Stephen, do you know anyone who attended Smart School, considering attending to learn from Winona Nelson? Also buy FFI and design course. Do it. Thank you for the free ad, Cody. Thank you for paying me to run an ad for my courses. Winona Nelson is awesome. Do I know anyone who attended Smart School? Let me remind myself which one that is, because there is bunch of online schools that have similar names. Oh, yes, I know this one. I cannot say that I know anyone off the top of my head who has taken classes there. But when you look at the like the mentorship list, I mean, they look great. I mean, these are heavy hitters. You know, you got Scott Fisher, George Pratt, Winona Nelson, Dan Dos Santos, Sam Weber. This is their like mentorship section. But if people like that are affiliated with this school, I mean, you probably can't go wrong, you know. These are big dogs. Big dogs. All right. I'm sure it would be great. Especially if it's like a mentorship situation, like small class size with one of those people and they're sort of running you through making a piece. I don't see how you could go wrong there. Get our Mega Man music on. Just barely audible, please. Do, 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 do. Just checking audio levels here. Give me a second. Yeah, okay. Hello, Ghazal SB, Gallon Arts. '88 Yatam says, "Can you skip vanishing points if you use ellipses to orient planes?" Not really, because to properly bind an ellipse in perspective, you need to put it into a rectangle, which requires knowing where the vanishing points are. I mean, you could get really far with intuitive perspective. A lot of people do find that the path to intuitive perspective is easier to navigate if they just learn some technical perspective in the process. You know, it just explains a lot of things. But by no means do you have to. All right, so what I want to play with while I'm sketching here, we're going to talk, of course. We're going to connect hearts. I want to also low-key like a reasonable time expectancy thing. I want to do tests like a pencil to digital workflow really quick. A specific one that I had in mind. And we're going to do Venom, y'all. Cody says, that's fair. Just seemed easiest way to ask last time for a while. Yeah, man. Let's keep it reasonable. You know, amongst artists, like, you're in a sitch. You gotta hold on to your bucks. That's what I say. The Soul Archive said, nearly took my boy out with the Cinco Dinero. That's right. Cody says, the reason I ask, and I know it's probably dumb, but they are constantly posting alumni who learned from Magic ADs who went on to work professionally not long after. Good learning, good networking. If I can swing it, I feel like that might be a good choice. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should be cautious about saying this because it could put a lot of undue pressure on the situation, but I feel like Art Center, where I went to college, it kind of felt like this a lot of the time. In that situation where you're in a class with someone in a hiring position is the teacher, you know, an AD or something like that, it basically becomes a protracted job interview, right? Maybe you don't get the job right there, but they've got you in mind. They know you're serious, things like that. Now, for people who happen to already be on the level, it is a great way to just get the foot in the door, right? Because you're going to show that person that you're on the level for weeks, right? And for people who are not quite on the level yet, it's going to help you get to the level, right? And maybe you're not ready right there, but like I said, you're in the Rolodex now. You can update them later. You're going to have a point of contact with them, but you just can't let it psych you out. In that case, you know, you don't want to think of it too much as like a protracted job interview, you know. Joey Mars is here. Hi, Kyo. Oh no, Kyo's sick. Maybe the stream will heal me? It will. I'm actually one of those cult leaders who can just heal people by looking at them. Nothing? What's up? How is everything? Everything's good? Everything's fine out there? Nothing. Just drawing. That's all we do on here. as I was saying, I'm one of those cult leaders who can heal people just by looking at them, even through computers. So here we go. All right, you're good. Let me zoom in here a bit. So we're going to do a few little thumbnails here. And then what I'm planning on doing is basically trying out having the traditional sketch be my complete rough with the lighting plan. And then, and this is where it's unusual, where I haven't tried this particular workflow, just over the traditional thumbnail, I do a clean line pass over that with no lighting, digital. So that's of interest for me because I think what I normally do is the second pass I do digital has lighting in it, because you guys can see I'm already implying it. That's just naturally how I draw. I'm so obsessed with form that I'm always putting the lighting in. I'm always re-adding the shadows at every step. It's very difficult for me to just do a line, just a simple contour drawing with no lighting in it. And I actually think that messes up my intended digital results when I'm trying to work over a traditional sketch. So that's what I'm going to test here. But in order to do that, I know that to satisfy my natural temperament, I've got to have the lighting adequately expressed even in my sketch. Or not even, just if I want any hope of this workflow being pleasing to me, I need to have the lighting feeling good in the sketch so that I can trust it and then allow myself to let go and just do some simple lines for the second pass that I will then use as a basis for a form render. I'm gonna pull up the Marvel vs. Capcom Venom real quick for some reference. I'm looking at him specifically because I like those little tentacle lamprey monster guys that hang out with him. I feel like I want to incorporate that in the piece. Man, I'm looking at some screen shots from Marvel vs. Capcom, and some of his transformation moves are so fucking awesome. Like where he turns his whole upper body into a big mouth. Maybe I should do something crazier like that. Oh boy, stay on target, Stevie boy. Zedix with the deep cut stream lore. If I buy the new design course, will I be able to draw phones? I'm an infant. Thanks for the food for thought. New course, can I buy it? Only artists, no RHM life guide. Yeah. Yep. Joy says, nothing much, dude. Getting ready for Turkey Day. You're going to be ready. I'm telling you right now, you're going to be ready. Who's hosting? King Bub says, hello, Mr. Zapata. I'm an art beginner just doodling daily, but can't draw anything really. Would the Form from Imagination course be a good choice for me? My gut tells me that if you're still feeling like you can't draw anything really, I think spend a little more time in your sketchbook. I think this isn't just about my course. I think as blanket advice, most people shouldn't take courses until they sort of love their medium. So you can develop a joy and love and connection for your medium, pencil or whatever it is, without ever doing anything nice. You know, you can just have a good relationship with what it feels like to hold it, to put graphite down, how it makes you feel. All this stuff is very important, and it's amazing how many people throw themselves into very like structured and rigorous courses without really liking the act of drawing yet. And I think that's a terrible idea, to put it lightly. It's like, it's unlikely that putting strictures on it is going to make it feel better. And then some people say, like, I'm so distracted or hurt by how bad my drawings are that I can't enjoy it. And your feelings are valid, but incorrect. Wrong. It's like that comes from a place of just letting the wrong motivations drive the practice. And even if it takes a long time and you have to go through a circuitous path, the end result of that is quitting art, is quitting drawing. I was just listening to your drawing meditations and saw you were live. Yay, welcome! Looking for my eraser here. Whoops. That's not good. Sometimes the eraser pulls the cap off of the back of my pins that are on my pencil case, and then I inevitably stab myself with them later. But sometimes you're on stream and you can't waste time looking for the little cap in your pencil case, so that's just a guaranteed pricking later. King Bub says, I like it. I draw digitally and feel quite good with it. It is not that it is unenjoyable. I just want to give my ability as context. I'm trying to downplay my abilities, the journey ahead. Well, if you enjoy it and you feel like you have a general grasp on your abilities, in that case, I think Form from Imagination is appropriate for almost anybody at that level. No problem, King Bubs. High average. It's actually warm and humid here today. Let me try flipping this. Hi, Stephen. What are you thinking about in this stage at the drawing? Nothing but the content. I try to draw completely naturally and I don't want any affect to my sketching. I want to be thinking about what I'm drawing, not how. Easier said than done sometimes, but... It's like I don't want to be having any narcissistic thoughts about, is this badass enough? Am I drawing good? I want to be, you know, in this case I'm drawing Venom. I want to be thinking about Venom. I just want to be, I only want my thoughts to be about, does this feel like Venom? Is it cool enough? What's a cool thing Venom could be doing? Like those kinds of thoughts. Sorry if I brought the AI yap again, but it's too much and it's getting worse day by day. I know. Oh, I know. This is our... AI is our war, our battle. Rest assured, it's a contest of wills now. Hello, Stratovolcano. Angelok. Jelonk. AI seems to represent a spiritual war. Don't represent it. It is a spiritual war. We are definitely going to look back on how we handled this one. Oh, Blizzard Buffalo's theme is tight, dude. Oh my god, that's good. Now that's a good boss theme. Abstract says, Stephen, when I was young and really good at art, I got praised and encouraged. But as I got older, people mocked me for pursuing it. Have you ever experienced this, Stephen? And if so, how did you overcome it? I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't really experienced it. Mostly because, I don't know. I'm going to seriously chalk it up to people know not to fuck with me. I mean, no one, I don't know, no one I spend any time with would ever... You go tete-a-tete with Steven once, you learn a lesson. It's just like, I'm not saying I'm mean or something, but it's like, if you make me justify a position, I hope you're ready to spend all day listening to me, have me talk circles around you, and not stop until you fucking crumble, either from reason or attrition, to my viewpoint. So no, basically nobody ever tries to talk me out of anything. I've only experienced it a couple times from people who I would describe as the biggest assholes I've ever met. So when you're hearing it from them, there's like, you would never take that person seriously. You know, the few times I've gotten it from those people, my whole reaction is just, ha, and change the subject. It's like, I wouldn't just not take what they're saying about me and art seriously. I wouldn't take anything these fucking morons say seriously. So it's just another thing that they're willing to spout off about that they don't know anything about. Did you ever work in animation before? No. Negative. I'm much more of a single image kind of a guy. Zapata, do you like car liveries? I'm doing that lately. No, I've appreciated designs people have done of stuff like that before, but I'm personally not into it. I'm just not really not interested in cars, really. Wow, this Mega Man X soundtrack video has the PS1 versions of the themes from X3. I want to listen to that, but I'm not going to let them play, because I've never heard them before. It's pretty interesting. But I'm not gonna let them play because I don't know how YouTube will react to them. Gotta reload my YouTube. It crashed. I'll take that crash cue to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Drinking lots of coffee today, so. It's a diuretic, folks. It makes you go. Hemisphere Cinema says, what do you think of the idea of Venom having symbiote wings? Sounds good to me. Why, is that something that's in the comics? I don't know. I just like Venom as a character. I'm not really a comics reader, so I'm out of my depth here. Okay, so now what I'm trying to do is put in lighting information that will satisfy me so that when I go digital, I can not frickin' put it into the second cleanup pass. Just the transfer. It's like I need just enough to know for me to feel in my heart like, okay, this will be cool. My heart of hearts. Gravy the Cloth says, hey Steven, I'm looking to buy a course, but I'm interested in which one is best for overall shape design. Which would you recommend? You know, shape design touches every part of drawing because you're always making shapes. So unfortunately, it really does depend on what you mean by overall and what your focus is. So if you're interested in shape design in a design sense, definitely the design course, Design Fundamentals. If your focus is in like rendering right now, if you're trying to improve your rendering, which of course involves careful management of the shapes that you are rendering, then Design Fundamentals might be more focused for those tasks. Or not, Form from Imagination might be more focused for those tasks. But that's not to say that Design Fundamentals doesn't cover design for form. That is covered in that course as well. Just not in the same amount of depth as Form from Imagination, because Form from Imagination is all about form. Design Fundamentals is broader. Form from Imagination is laser focused and very deep on just form. Really doesn't talk about much anything else. Jet Stingray, I forgot this guy. I used to draw him all the time in my little sketchbook as a kid. This process feels very David Finch. Yeah, that makes sense. It's because right now I'm really delineating light and shadow with just a single tone. It's very comic booky right now. That's not the intended end effect though. Because my goal here would be to move this over to digital and do more loosey-goosey painting stuff to it. What are your thoughts on Kim Jong-gi? He sucked. Probably one of the worst artists the world has ever produced. Damn shame everyone is so deluded and thinks he was so great. What are your thoughts on Kim Jong-gi? It's just funny. It's like, I think the thoughts on Kim Jong-gi are pretty monolithic. I think they just range between he was the best ever and his work's not for me, but he was probably the best ever. That's probably the two thoughts out there on Kim Jong-gi. Feels like there's a lot of people who try to draw like him specifically. It's like there's a little war amongst the like Kim Jong-giists to see who will be the next Kim Jong-gi. Which is just about the nicest way to get honored in art, right? Why do you rarely paint traditionally? I paint traditionally a lot, I think. Let's see, why do I do it? Why do I specifically paint less than I do digital? I think it's just ease of setup. You know, I live in New York and space is at a premium. If I lived in another state or something like that where I had more room, one of the first things I would make is like a traditional station in my home where I could just leave a separate painting setup or something like that, in which case I would paint much more often. But I have never in my life had the room for that, except when I lived back in Los Angeles. where it's easier to get more space. You know, pencil and all that, very little setup. So, you know, because I only have one desk, you know, I've got 3 monitors, my drawing tablet. I put my rig on the table and draw my sketchbook. It's like, I could do it fast enough going back and forth. But tearing down and re-putting up like my oil painting setup or even my watercolor setup is, it takes a while. But yeah, it's one of the first things I would do if I ever get a bigger studio space. But that's a big if in New York. Hello, Charlie. Thank you, Safi. A25 says, do you have any advice for drawing things that include many overlapping shapes and forms, like a bird's nest? I always get lost and confused while drawing those. No, I mean, if you wanted to do a bird nest very detailed, there'd be no getting around all those confusing overlapping little twigs and things like that. Patience, you know, patience. The general advice is, of course, always to nail the big shapes first, right? Like, yes, a bird's nest has all these twigs that construct it, but before it is those twigs, it is a torus, it is a donut. So it's like, to a certain degree, first capture its donutiness and then capture its bird nestiness. But once you're on the bird nest part, yeah, you're probably just gonna have to buckle down, put on a good podcast, and get lost in the sauce. Let it take a long time, you know? It's one of the big things. People just think drawings are supposed to be way too fast. Everybody's internal clock for art is very skewed these days. It's like, for a complex subject like that, let it take days. That's okay. These days, because of social media and just the general energy of our benighted culture, people are very focused on quantity over quality. You know, the social media and stuff like that, they seem to promise greater rewards for quantity. You know, slop videos like AI do well because they're able to throw out thousands. You know, short form videos, people uploading 80 things a day onto Instagram. That is all an illusion, and it's a difficult one to break out of, but it really is an illusion, and if you give into that too much, it's gonna fuck you up. The truth is that you can build an art career, and probably most actual strong art careers are not built off of 1,000 mediocre pieces, because people don't care about mediocre work. You know, you can make 1,000,000 mediocre pieces and nobody will give a shit, and you'll never have a career because all you ever made was mediocre stuff. Nobody cares about that. Most robust art careers are built off of 10 amazing things. So when you're sitting there rushing, thinking, oh, this is so complicated, this is hard to keep track of, how am I gonna pull this off? Just remind yourself, if I only need to make 10 amazing ones, how long can I allow myself to spend on this? It's probably much more time than your gut was telling you. Not all, but most professional artist portfolios are very few pieces. It's just a few incredible pieces. Hope you feel better, Charlie. Gravy says, too many quick time-lapse videos. They've thrown off my sense of watercolor drawing time. Yeah, I think time-lapse videos are, at this point, do more harm than good in the art world. I've thought about not using them anymore. Just showing real time. But it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like time-lapse videos, like the thing is that they show more of the process so that people can get the process, kind of see what big things you're doing, but then they also bias people's perception of time and how long art is supposed to take. But if you show just real-time footage, at least for someone like me, the way that I work, I could show you 10 minutes of real-time footage, which no one today has the attention span to sit and watch 10 minutes of real-time footage focused. And barely anything will change in 10 minutes, you know? You know, maybe in the sketching phase, something will change in 10 minutes, but once you're really, once you're balls deep in a picture, 10 minutes, nothing changes. Now, why did Steven say balls deep instead of waist deep? Is he trying to tell us something? Is he trying to tell us that making art is like making love to existence? Getting closer. Max Rulov says, talking about time, I wonder what time, hours or work days wise, is considered normal for a concept artist. We're talking about front, back, 3/4 views, some small accessories or weapons. It would depend on the character. Depend on the character, depend on the genre.
even what game engine, like if you're trying to do a very realistic character for something that's going to be run in like Unreal 5 or something like that, it's going to take a while because that has very high demands for specificity, detail, textural fidelity. A lot of demands there. There's definitely no recipe for that stuff. Especially because anything like that, like concept art on a game, there's going to be notes and revisions and redos, so it's like maybe it would take a week if you ran it perfect, but it's not up to you, you know? Stakeholders are gonna send it back to the drawing board, ask you to change a lot of things. You're gonna lose momentum because they're gonna take you off to work on something else while they get approvals and things like that. I just don't think there's any real way to keep track of that stuff. In general, if you have to ask, you're rushing. Dayan Stoy says, what is a good basis for a project that consists of a bunch of meat blobs and monsters that isn't hell? Although that's probably the best one because you can make it into whatever you want. Yeah, go with hell. See, what else might be good for meat blobs? Genetic experiments, escape from a lab. Hey, the Tangamandapium. Tangamandapium. I'm doing good. I'm testing workflows. testing workflows because I'm thinking of opening up some commission slots next year. So I'm testing some things. I know I'd want them to be digital only because I don't want to ship anything. Also, the platform that I would want to use, Artistry, is digital only. But I kind of always, I don't know, for me, I at least need to sketch traditionally to do a good job on something, I personally feel. I do that a lot on gigs and stuff like that. I have in the past, but normally I sketch traditional to sort of get the feel in my bones, and then on a gig I tend to have more time, charge them by the hour or something like that, so it doesn't really matter as much. But it's like, then I don't work straight over the pencil sketches because it actually adds a lot of noise and difficulty in the process. So I just start from scratch digital. If I was going to do some commissions, I'd want to find a little bit more of an efficient way so that I can just incorporate the sketches more directly or not start from scratch. All right, so I think I can work with that one. Let me do one more fast one. Just in case that one doesn't work out, I have another one in the hole that I can test with. Is using AI images for reference carcinogenic as well? What is that? Is carcinogenic like carcinogenic but for getting canceled? You probably meant carcinogenic. Definitely it's carcinogenic. I don't know, people gotten that question a couple times from people in the past where it's like, is it unethical or something like that to use AI images for reference? It's like ethics and morals are sort of totally just airy and subjective, right? Unless you believe in a supreme creator, there's no objective way to ground them. Even then, we can argue if a supreme creator would be an actual justification for the objective grounding of morals. There's a great history of philosophy there as well and debate there. It's like, I don't know, you know, there's no way for me to ground it. All I know is that I don't want to. I don't like looking at AI images. I don't want to be inspired by them. They annoy the fuck out of me. I don't want them on my mood boards. I'd be happy if I never saw one again. I don't look at them for reference because they make me feel cantankerous and pissed off. But you know, most people don't care about art as much as I do, so most people are not going to agree with me on that. It's like many times I've had students show me their reference boards for things, and there's AI images on it. And, you know, I see it and I go, internally, not to their face, right? But I don't say anything or anything like that. It's like, especially considering, you know, if they signed up for a class with me and all that, like, they probably know how much I fucking hate AI images, so it's probably that they got fooled. So I'm not going to hold it against them that they didn't track that this was an AI image. And that makes me sad too. You know, it makes me sad that, you know, if they were fooled, it makes me sad that even the people who ostensibly would be the most visually acute in the world, people who are trying to learn art and improve at it, even they will get tricked, you know? What's the most fundamental part of drawing you go back to the most often? Just like gesture drawing, just loosey-goosey sketching. That's always going to be the foundation. Dope. I hope your commissions get full. Thank you. We'll see if I even do it. We'll see if it actually happens. I have the taste for it recently, you know. And personally, I hope they don't get full. I hope that every slot fills except for one, because that means you're priced right. Hard to turn that part of my brain off, you know, from years of working with companies and stuff like that, and like, you know, doing that phone call where you need to say your rate and all of that. There's just the universal rule that it's like when you're on that phone call and they say, all right, how much do you want? What are you looking for? What are you expecting? And you say your rate, whether it's, you know, salary or hours or day rate or whatever it is. And they just right away go, okay, yeah, we could do that. You always, right away, you go, could have got more. Could have got more. It was a little too easy on them. And it's hard to turn that off, even though that's not appropriate probably for doing, for working with just normal people. It certainly is for working with companies. But I'm just so used to that it's hard to turn off that part of my brain. What do you like about artistry? Would you recommend it for people without an audience? I haven't tried it, actually. I haven't tried it yet. I started making an account and just like looked at like what you need to set up and all of that. There's two things that I've heard about it that I haven't actually tested that made me think that'd be the one I kind of want to go with. One is just a few people that I know, that I trust, that they like working with it. Not people I know personally, but sorry, I have something stuck in my throat. Just like artists online that I tend to trust, who seem to like it. And I'm not 100% how this works. I'm not 100% sure how this works, but from just the little bit of research that I've done into how artistry operates, it's like there's a dashboard where you can see your requests, and it shows you like what people are asking for and the references that they're attaching and things like that. And on artistry, you get paid up front. So when you accept the commission, as I understand it, that then triggers the payment to go through. You know, the potential client has sort of parked the request there to see if you'll take it. And that appeals to me a lot. One of the reasons I've never really done commissions for individual people is because it was always clear to me that it would be a lot of admin. You know, it's a lot of, because people are very, you know, touch and go and tentative about reaching out to artists and asking them to help them with something. It's like, unless you've done admin, you don't understand that like that first email where they're like, hey, would you ever be available? And you come back, oh yeah, I'm available. And oh, what are your general rates? Oh, there's something like this. All right, can I send you, you know, what do you think about helping me with this? It's like that little back and forth 4 times is actually like an hour and a half of work sometimes. What I liked about artistry is that it seems it eliminates a lot of that. It's like you have the page up, you've got the prices, and the first thing you see from somebody is their proposal, and then you just hit accept and it's go time and the money goes. So that appeals to me. Again, I'm not 100% sure that there's not other frictions there that I'm not aware of. Oh, Choo! Oh, that was good. But I like that, you know. Feels like it would just save a lot of time and keep it to like taking proposals that you actually like and are interested in. And I think that that would work for someone like me because people kind of already know, you know, through my YouTube and streams and stuff like that. People kind of already know me and what I'm sort of into and what I might be good at and things like that. So I just feel like there's less need for like that initial kind of DM pitchy sales period in my situation. I feel like for me it does make sense for people to just be able to open with their proposal. And I would be doing these on stream, by the way. So like one of the requirements I would put on my page is if you're commissioning me, you're okay with me doing these on stream. So everybody can see the process. Which is something I always wish companies were chill with. They are not. But I think people just looking for commissions would be. You know, it could be kind of cool and fun for them to see it being worked on in something like these streams. Dark Horse says, hello, Steven. How goes? Good to see you drawing more Venom. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just on a Venom kick. I'm in it. Good to have you here. Maybe it's just because I'm so dang tired. There's a comfort in just knowing what character I'm drawing. And Venom is like very aligned with my personal taste. You could just kind of transform him however. He's a very free character. Love a monstrosity. I'm trying to do something weirder with this one, some more asymmetry. Kind of a wiggly torso, like it's broken, swiveling one way. The Tonga says, how do you remember to have fun while drawing? Do you feel the stakes being higher makes it a bit less enjoyable? I find myself not having as much fun nowadays. You got to work at it. You have to make it a priority. It's very easy to have the fun sucked out. There definitely comes a period where you like deeply accept how important fun is. And then once you've crossed that threshold, then it's easier to return to it because it's not just about the good feelsies. You recognize that it's sort of priority number one in a sense. That makes it much easier to snap back into it in the future. But until then, you got to work at it. It's very much like practicing meditation, you know? In the beginning of the meditative journey, you really feel like you're going to sit and meditate, and that's like an effort, you know, it's very effortful. And then inevitably, as you do it more and more, you kind of realize that it's like, yeah, it's not that there is no effort needed. There's certainly some, sort of dedication to returning to it needed, but you kind of look back at your past straining and laugh, you know, with an avuncular chuckle. You say, right, it's a different kind of effort. Yeah. It's more the effort of renunciation, you know, renouncing the distorted, illusionistic things of the world for the unworldly joy of meditation. It's like, but again, it's like none of that really makes sense unless you really believe it, you know? It's like if, you know, to analogize it a different way, it's almost like, if you don't believe in God and you meet somebody who says, you know, they pray 4 hours a day, you'd be like, well, why? You know, why are you praying? But, and any answer that they might give to that is kind of unsatisfactory to a person who doesn't believe in God. But if you remember that this person believes in God, thinks that when they pray, they talk to them. It's like, if you can accept that, then it's like, well, in that case, it's kind of miraculous that you don't pray 8 hours a day, right? Because what would be better than being in communion with the Creator? You know, it's better than video games, better than sex. Like, it is the best thing. So meditation, similar, you know? There's a big group of people who sort of understand meditation and prayer the same thing, and sort of the linguistic distinctions are just different cultural trappings and things like that, and it's up to you where you land there. But you know, for meditation, the same thing goes, right? It's like, if you really believed that when you meditate, you get to sit there in basically cosmic opium, like why wouldn't you do it? If you got to sit in cosmic opium that revealed truths about the universe and made you a less neurotic, less annoying person, and made you better company, and made you, you know, not want to destroy the lives of people around you, it's like, why wouldn't you do that? And if you really believe that that's what's going on there, it makes perfect sense. And to someone who doesn't understand or believe that meditation has any such qualities, it's going to be perfectly impenetrable. Again, prayer, meditation, drawing, same thing, right? The joy in drawing. It's like, to someone who doesn't understand that the joy in drawing is the gateway to mainlining the secret truth of the universe, they're just going to see joy as a perhaps fortunate side effect of drawing, but what drawing really is about is the product. You know, you should be working on your fucking comic or whatever. And it's like, you would struggle to explain to somebody who has such a extrinsic view of the drawing process that there is something deeper going on, and that deeper thing is sort of a completely it's self-justifying, you know, it's utterly intrinsic. It's the joy felt during the act of drawing is all that is needed. You know, it really doesn't matter how the drawing comes out. You either believe that or you don't. Once you believe it, as I said, it's much easier to click into the joy over and over and over again. It doesn't matter if you're, you know, doing it alone, on stream, a lot of expectations from a client. It's like I don't care that we're working on your movie here, you know. There is something bigger going on. Now, it's not to say don't, you know, you took your client's money, you know, you got to do the job, but like, you know, within reason, and perhaps a little beyond reason. It's like, it doesn't matter what the context, you're dealing with something sacred and you must respect it. The new terrain says better than video games. Go, dude. I mean, yeah. I mean, again, the surprise or the incredulity there is just, it's just, do you believe it or not, right? Because I love video games. I play video games on stream. Like, you guys can tell I like them, but I mean, a fun gaming session is not a 20th as pleasurable as being an hour into meditation. You know, that's just flat out the way it is, you know. Let me think about where actually I want the light to come from here, because I'm doing this for these initial sketches for lighting reasons on these designs. So let me just get a little more specific. Hobby says, hi, Steven. Got a bit of a silly question. Have you ever given art as Christmas gifts to family or friends? Yes. But I don't really do that anymore. It just takes far too long, and then it's can build some pretty brutal expectations. But I have definitely given art as gifts before. It's been a while. It's been a while. I still draw a lot of cards for my wife. But these days, she's just about the only one who can get that treatment time-wise. Omar says, mainlining universal opium is exactly how I feel while angle grinding. Hell yeah, you do, dude. And you're mean with that angle grinder. Maybe I could do a bigger... bigger shadow on these abs. Get myself into some trouble. Now that you have a child, will you draw pictures for him? Oh, I'm sure we'll spend a lot of time drawing together. I've sketched him a bunch of times. He rarely sits still, but it's always nice to throw in a little, get a little sketch of him when I can. That's a very beautiful experience, you know. Because for me, like, drawing something is how I get to know what it really looks like, so sketching him while he's in his bouncer or something like that is, it feels like I'm really getting to know his face, you know, what he actually looks like. And well, my friends, that's very nice. Yuri says, Steven, since I started the design course, my free draw sessions became less satisfying, like I crave more context. I think it's a calling for me to write more. Is this a phase you've gone through? Oh, yes. Not a phase. It stayed with me permanently. Always looking for context. Larger structure. Project focus. Always. It can be a blessing and a curse in some sense, but I think in the end, for most people, it's a blessing. You know, careers are built on projects, not on sketches. And by careers there, I don't just mean money. I mean like the ability to connect with an audience is built on projects, not on sketches. The new trend says, and as an artist, do you think that new energy in your life, your son, is shaping new ideas, strokes, or stimuli as an artist? I ask because I don't have children and I'm curious. Absolutely. Absolutely. For me, when I was thinking about having a kid, it was kind of always clear to me when I thought about it. I was like, this, you know, I don't see how this doesn't make me a better artist in the long run, you know? I always felt that way. Safi says, sorry for repeating the question. When you say drawing, you don't have to worry about, by the way, for anybody, repeating questions is fine. There's a lot of chat. I'm trying to draw at the same time. I miss questions all the time, and I don't care if you re-ask. When you say drawing is inherently spiritual, is there something specific about it making it this way? Something I can focus more on, maybe? Is there something specific making it this way? I personally do think that drawing is one of the best spiritual paths. I do think that it has unique qualities that make it better than other things for realizing the truth. And the main one of those, it's a few main things. One, it asks you to observe the world very carefully. And the truth being what it is, basically if you observe the world intensely carefully, you're always going to learn true things and you're going to arrive at the truth, right? Like other wonderful paths that are maybe slightly less spiritual, but actually they're still, they still have potential to lead you to the truth, right? Something like, let's say, dance, right? It asks you to observe the world less, you know? Maybe a very broad, very progressive, very out there dancer does consider observation a big part of dance. You know, maybe a modern dance master who bases a lot of their movement and kinesthesiology on observation of how people move and behave and things like that. But for the most part, I don't think dance begs for a lot of observation other than maybe the observation of other dancers, right? And it's sort of conceptualized. Drawing and painting really begs you to look at everything, a forest, your vacuum cleaner, people's bodies. So, you know, all of the dance part of observation is sort of subsumed within the broader context of drawing. It asks you to view everything
with an as intense a level of observation as possible. At least on the visual level, right? And certainly if you're in the parts of drawing that dovetail with storytelling, like comics and animation, then you're really incorporating everything. The way things move, the way things sound, even if you're gonna be an animation person, it really can call for the careful, psychedelic level observation of everything in the world, everything that you observe. That is special. I really do think that's special. And yeah, when you observe carefully, you're gonna observe truths. And if you keep going down, 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 down on that, you're gonna get to the truth, right? So it's the observation quality. And second, is the fact that drawing specifically, as opposed to sculpture or something like that, is extremely concerned with illusionism, right? Because all drawings are, before they're anything else, they are illusions, right? If you're being representational, most of us are, right? Like there is a part of drawing where there's no illusionism, which we might say is a particular subset of abstract art, where it's not trying to represent anything. It is about just the colors or the strokes on the canvas. In that case there is no illusion, right? You are seeing, the art is the object itself as is, which is kind of psychedelic and interesting on its own. And, those artists have a lot of thoughts about that. But definitely when we go broader and we think of the kind of work most people make outside of those niches, most drawing is illusionism. And that means that if you focus on drawing and study it and pay attention to it for maybe 30 years of your life, that's 30 years of paying close attention to illusionism and the nature of illusions. And that also will tend to lead you to spiritual truths. Those are the two big ones for me. That's why I think drawing is an especially good spiritual vessel. I would make the case that it's better than most other things. I think only sitting meditation competes. I think for a lot of people, drawing is better because you have something to do while you meditate. You get to draw. A lot of people really struggle with not doing anything in this culture, so sitting meditation can be sort of totally off the table for a lot of people. They won't even try it because they're just like, I don't have the time to do nothing. I think for people like that, drawing is a great compromise because it's like, okay, well, what if you could be doing something? Maybe trick yourself into thinking you're being productive while discovering spiritual truths and experiencing insight. Between sitting meditation and drawing, which one is better, I think comes down to individual taste and temperament. I think they both, sitting meditation has the boredom con that I just explained, and drawing does have the con that, well, if you're not aware that you are interfacing with something spiritual, you can draw for your whole life and miss the insights, right? It's like the fact that you're doing something else can be helpful, but you are also doing something else that you can let distract you the whole time. The good thing about sitting meditation is that there's no distractions. There's only the direct experience of reality as such, as presented. Unless you're doing, a mantra exercise or something like that, then that can have similar pitfalls, but we're really in the weeds there then.
Wazy says it's easier to do sitting meditation than drawing for me. Well, starting out anyway, I can last more than drawing. Yeah, like I said, I think it comes down to temperament, you know. Have you burned bridges of people trying to profit from your success? How did you notice them? I don't think so. The only people who have tried to profit from my success are companies because I let them hire me. So, you know, it's all good. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. I'm gonna go use the restroom again. Have you ever done some digital sculpting? Oh yeah. What music do you play on stream? Just like video game music, because it generally isn't it isn't copyright striked by for streams. Some of it is, but just generally, since it's understood that a big part of video game marketing is people playing them on stream. The companies don't strike people. They don't put the soundtracks into Content ID and all that. But again, not all of it. There's like playlists like the Divinity Original Sin 2 soundtrack that I use all the time, but I've got to take out of those playlists a couple songs that have lyrics, because those do get struck. So it might be like a game soundtrack where like literally everything but one song is okay to play. Are you into video games? If so, what is your favorite genre? Yeah, I play games. I play them on stream sometimes. It's my favorite genre. I like single player. I like single player games. I like fantasy probably the most, but I love a good sci-fi game. Really anything with great visuals. I'll play a really bad game if it has beautiful art, just to see the art, just to see new art. That's always been what I love about video games. Every now and then there's a game that looks amazing and has a great gameplay as well, but I'm mostly playing games for art direction. The awesome art direction. I saw that there's a Steam Black Friday sale. I saw that Space Marine 2 is on the sale. I might buy that. We might play it on stream a bit. See. We'll see if Space Marine 2 can get me into Warhammer. Into 40k. People have always told me I would love Warhammer. Yeah, they say the lore, you would love the lore. I've tried. Like I've tried to listen to a couple of the Horus Heresy books and things like that, and I have to say that, you know, I'm not trying to belittle it. I know it is awesome, but I found it a little... I just found it funny. It wouldn't be for me. It's like, but you know, I'm an artist. I would love to fall in love with something. I would love to fall in love with something. There's no better feeling. So I wonder, could Space Marine 2 get me into Warhammer? Because it looks cool. I do like the way it looks. why do you draw Venom so naturally? Have you drawn him many times, or is it simply your knowledge of shapes, anatomy? Yeah, I have not drawn him many times. Like I've said before, it's just that I think that he as a character naturally aligns with what I like to draw and how I draw. You know, left to my own devices, I just draw like abstract monsters that you know, they have anatomical moments, but in general, I like to push and distort and just do stuff that feels really transmogrified and doesn't really make sense. Not strictly limited to like the human silhouette and things like that. And that's not how everybody draws Venom. Lots of people do just draw him as a dark gray muscular guy, you know, and they don't really break the human silhouette that much. But you can basically do whatever you want with Venom, really. You know, it's kind of all allowed in the symbiote by the symbiote. So I think he just naturally aligns with how I draw. I haven't really drawn that much. All right, let me take a couple pictures of this. Let's poke around in digital for a while. Just saving the images that I sent myself. Nifty Nozzle says play Subnautica. Yes, that's on the list. I want to play. You know, I just had a kid, so I'm really not playing much, and I really wasn't playing much in the past year because I was getting ready for my kid. You know, finishing my last course and all that. So I really haven't played much in like a year. But Subnautica has been on the list for a long time. Outer Worlds. There's Outer Worlds and there's Outer Wilds. I forget which one is the game where you sort of like the puzzle adventure game, you know, the mystery box, time resets every whatever amount of that one. I've been meaning to play that for a long time. I forget if that's Worlds or Wilds, not the one that's just a FPS shooter game. What am I doing? Right, switching my digital setup. Turn this off. How much do you meditate? Do you think it helps with the imposter syndrome? As a Buddhist monk who came into my high school religion class once said, I am meditating right now. I mean, seriously though, there is an aspect of meditation that is like you want to reach escape velocity. Like early on for a lot of people, you kind of need to be sitting to meditate and know you're meditating. And that is its own beautiful thing, you know, and it's always nice to return to just sitting. But for most people, you need to start there and hopefully always do that in your meditation practice. But then you want to reach escape velocity and get that you can meditate, like really meditate, doing anything, working, doing the dishes, cleaning the yard, while talking with somebody, even to an extent. You really want to have that insight, embody that insight, experience that insight such that you can really believe it and bring it out into the world and reach escape velocity with that. I think that's a good thing for most people to get to. I'm just changing my setup around here. Give me a minute. I believe the term you're referring to is samadhi. Well, I know samadhi is concentration. And everybody means different things when they say concentration, right? But when I'm talking about concentration, I personally think of it as that unmistakable momentum of focus that can develop from continued meditation. It dovetails with something like the jhanic states, like crossing from concentration into true absorption, right? And the various levels of absorption. And what I'm talking about here is not necessarily the psychedelic fireworks that come with concentration. It's like, it's more like the split second non-dual cutting through that comes with more like, insight meditation and things like that. Just, it's not necessarily that you have all this momentum and you've got everything that comes with that deep concentration, which you can experience walking around and things like that. But just the built ability to drop back into the truth in a moment's notice and repeat that dropping over and over and over again, which can feel very dry. It can feel very, very dry. It doesn't have to feel like, warm butter is melting all over your body like concentration can. Is meditating like getting into the flow state? Like what exactly happens, to be honest? I don't even know. The flow is a part of it. I mean, it can feel that way, but it can feel like anything. Meditation is really just the moment-to-moment acknowledgement of the nature of experience as it is presenting itself in this moment. It's almost a non-activity. But it's quite remarkable how powerful a non-activity can be, actually. Within that, you can experience flow, you can experience concentration, you can have moments of insight, moments of non-dual connection. Anatta, anicca, dukkha. How much do you get inspired by dreams? Very little. I don't have very, I have very normal dreams. And that's probably because I already spend all day sort of in a very crazy inner world, you know. Why did these not send in high res? God damn it. Stupid WhatsApp. Hold on. You set it to high res and then it looks high res, but then you hit download and WhatsApp's like, I'll download the low res version actually. Let me just put them on Drive. That's the only reliable way, stupid. I miss being in the Mac ecosystem, just airdropping myself full res files. I miss that. I use Phone Link for Windows and it lets me forward things from my phone instantly. Do you have an Android? Because I tried to set that up once and it did not like that I have an iPhone. Let's see, am I loud enough? Yeah, sorry, moving my mic around. Sorry if that makes boopity boops. And of course my tablet drivers are off. Okay. Slightly better. Well, 4 times better. It's not like it's a scan, but good enough. Okay. First off, let me make this a little bigger. And I am going to, since I already got the lighting out of my system, and I got the drafting knowledge that I need from that, I am going to just do, please call me out if I forget, just do a simple outline. That's it. Simple outline of the forms. Not going to do any indications of the lighting. Some may ask, well, Stephen, why not just do this first and then do the lighting? It's because I can't tell if a drawing is worth doing if I don't see the lighting. It's like I'm not going to pin it down. It's like I can't pin it down. It would feel just worthless. In my head, it's, you know, the positions of contours in space. It's like it means nothing, you know? Like I need some mental image of the light and shadow. And that's what lets me know if it's something worth doing. So I need to see that first. That lets my brain know, okay, it can be something. Well, did a little lighting there. Come on, Stephen, be lazy. Just keep it simple. Just place the stuff. My hand naturally always wants to just do a lot of do a lot of work, you know, leave a lot of strokes, create shadows, even if that's inappropriate for this step. Sharon says, hey, Steven, ever read The Science of Drawing book by Harold Speed? Oh, yes. Great book. I'd have a hard time. Actually, I can mention a few specific things, but I read a long time ago. I read it back when I was in college, probably early college. So we're talking 2010, you know, going on 15 years ago now. Have you ever tried screen protector that supposedly makes it feel like real paper? No, because I've tried it on a few friends' iPads, and the benefit of the friction does not, for me, outweigh the difference in the screen brightness and the little bit of noise that it adds to the screen. It drives me crazy. It's like I've been drawing on plastic graphics tablets for so long that like I've just given up on them feeling like paper. I'm used to it. I don't have any expectation of that. But my fucking perfectly pristine 1000:1 contrast ratio iPad Pro P3 screen, dimming that down by 100 lumens and adding noise that isn't there is like unacceptable. It's like I paid a lot for that beautiful little screen. I'm really used to how lovely that looks. Sad ass Satan says, oh, very Marvel Rivals-esque Venom design. Love it. Thank you. I think the Marvel Rivals stuff looks great, so I appreciate the compliment. iPad screens are impossible for me to draw on even after drawing on graphic tablets and drawing tablets for 10 plus years. You think they're too glassy? I almost prefer it to the fake texture, I have to say. There might be something in my brain where I'm like, don't try to trick me, you know? It's like if it's digital, just make it feel like glass. Let it just be what it is. Like, don't try to fool me into thinking it's traditional. Arctic Monkey says, Steven, have you seen Emma Frost's design in Marvel Rivals? Question mark, 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 question mark. Yes. And I felt nothing. But then I saw Venom and I said, that's my boyfriend. What's the most technological thing you think you'll see in your lifetime? My bloodline is pretty long-lived, so probably got a ways to go. I think I'll see, as frightening as it is to me, I do think I'll see some pretty serious cybernetic integration. Like, beyond Neuralink, like, I think I'll see whatever's next. Like a pretty serious, pretty integrated computer system with your brain. I don't know if that'll just be for medical purposes or for enhancement purposes, but my gut tells me I'll be around long enough to see that. And freaks me out. It's weird, like, how consciously I have to draw to not include the lighting. Like, that's just naturally how I draw. This feels a little unnatural. If I was not trying to do a very specific thing process-wise, I would absolutely be, like, on this deltoid, I would be laying big black shapes like that along with the thin lines. That's naturally how I draw, but I want to add those later. I don't want them in the lines for the process I'm trying here. I think it makes a cool ink drawing, but when I'm trying to develop things further than that, I think it gets in the way, actually. When do you think we see functional humanistic robots? I don't think we'll see them in anytime soon. I don't think it's like it took global uptake for cell phones to be super refined, right? It's like you need a big install base giving feedback and pushing wealth around the product to really push you to make it super high end, right? Really advanced. It's like I don't think the iPhone would have become what it is if there was only need for 500 of them or whatever. So beyond functional, but like a really good humanistic robot, I think that right now that is so hard to make and would be so expensive that I just don't think there's a big enough install base to actually push them to a level where they're really good. I think they'll be a novelty for a very long time before they actually become functional with a capital F. I think we'll see functional self-driving cars before that. And I think that that will have enough uptake that maybe in a more reasonable time frame they'll get good. But robots, yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, that might be good to go. For now. Let me, because I could tell it's gonna drive me crazy later. Let me outline the symbol. Would you have a robot in your home? No? I mean, unless they were safe and I needed it. Like I was sick or something, and that became a norm. Just trying to spice up the shapes on the spider leg. Do you enjoy leaving a drawing in process or recently finished on your desk so that when you walk up to the desk you get a hit of "I made this and it's awesome"? I mean, yeah, I leave them around my room, not necessarily on my desk, but I like to have them out and live with them for a little while. I've got one right over my shoulder doing that. I don't really have a good place to put them right now, but you can see it's behind the mannequin. I got the last one I finished back there. Just chilling, hanging out, being like, whoa, I exist. Abstract says, do you think you would have made it as the type of artist you are in this age of AI? And are you low-key glad you are not an up-and-coming artist in this era? I'm not too sure. My gut tells me, well, for the current level of AI, I think like the stuff that I broke in with, like things like theme park and exhibition design and stuff like that. That stuff I do think is specific enough that right now the current AIs can't handle that. So I probably would have still been able to break in the way that I broke in, but we don't know what's going to happen with AI. You know, it's always trying to add capabilities. Am I low-key glad I'm not an artist coming in right now? I mean, I don't think it's low-key. I mean, I have a lot of... I feel for people trying to break in right now, you know? It's... I don't really have the best read on the room because I'm not trying to break in right now, but yeah, I just don't see how the current vibe of AI has not greatly reduced the number of entry-level gigs out there. And, you know, it's like it kind of is going to wind up being a balance in the end. It's like the gigs have gone down, but probably a lot of people are washing out. So like the pool of artists is decreasing too. Like I said, I don't have the best read on the room, unfortunately, so I don't really know where the balance is there. But yeah, my heart goes out to the artists who are trying to make connections and get gigs and stuff like that for the first time now. Maybe I'm generalizing too much or speaking for them, but it's like, it's gotta be hard. It's gotta be hard. Why do people love art but hate artists? I don't know. It's a great question. I think in the end, people just probably hate how mercurial and unreliable artists are. I mean, companies, your uncle who wants a tattoo design, your best friend who wants a logo. They all just kind of low-key wish artists would do anything anyone asks of them, and the fact that most artists have big dreams and are inclined to only want to do things that feel like their dreams. It might create a lot of scenarios that produce some artist haters. You know what I'm saying? Steven, do you always work on a desk that is flat? Yes. I used to have a drafting table when I lived in Los Angeles that I'd keep angled, but I don't have space for that now. As one guy put it to me, why should I pay you when you are having fun doing it? That is when you hang up the phone. You don't even say goodbye. You just hang up the phone and go make a sandwich. Or you say something like, by that logic, you should be paying me right now because I fucking hate talking to you. I ain't doing this for my health. If you say one more word, you owe me $90. Maxim says, Steven, are you in a Cintiq? No, I'm not. I'm on a Huion. And yeah, the parallax problem is real. Oops. I tend to never correct it when it pops up. I just keep drawing. I mean, don't make me go on one of my rants. It's just like, there's no hope for these things. Like, these tools are terrible. I see. All right. Save. I'm going to put my sketch in another document. I'm gonna pull that over to the side so that I can look at it when I need it. Can we separate art from the artist, and should we? Says the Tunga Mandapium. You can. It's a classic philosophical question. It's one or the other, you know. I think obviously, to a practical extent, you can of course separate the artist from the art, because lots of us see art every day where we don't know who made it, right? So we can just take it at face value. Obviously, good art is always going to have a bit of their personal signature in it, a bit at least, right? But for all intents and purposes, yes, practically speaking, it's obvious that you can because of that, because we all interface with art that we have no idea who made it. The question of should you is, you know, an ought from an is kind of a problem. It's like whatever your case, it's like you can't really force a should, you know. It's an ethical and philosophical inquiry. User says, what does it say about a society that refuses to reward fun? I know, baby. It's like what this whole channel is about. Just incessant bitching about that particular point is what this channel is about. And that's what's going to change the world. Incessant bitching. Now quickly mask this off. Is there a better crop for this? Maybe I'll let the little guy go off. Yeah, I don't need so much leg. Do I want to lose a hand? Like, is that a more exciting crop? It always looks a little more crazy when things break the frame, but I don't know. Is it really better? I don't know. Can always crop it later if that's going to be the way it goes. Whoops. Now, if I had just drawn really clean, I could just select the whole background. Or if I was in Clip Studio, it has a better fill tool. But I'm not in Clip, and I never draw clean. I always leave gaps for the artsy feelsies. So I do have to do a more manual job. Because in my tests and from my experience, it actually takes me longer to find all the gaps and fill them than it does, like close the gaps in the line drawing, than it does to just do this, to just quickly trace the outline of the whole figure. It's like, this is a straightforward path. You just know exactly what you need to do. I'm trying to find all the damn gaps to close the picture off so the fill tool works. It takes forever. Do you still glaze your illustrations? Yes. Don't tell anybody. Do you miss doing public speaks? How do you find the inner strength to do those talks? I mean, do I miss it? I mean, the opportunities are pretty rare as an artist. You know, it's not like it was ever like a super regular thing for me. In a sense, this is public speaking, right? It's just a very asynchronous, very isolated public speaking. I find this harder than regular public speaking in some ways, because there's no energy to react to. You know, it's maybe a little less nerve-wracking than getting up on a stage, but once you're on stage, that experience is so much better, because you just get so much reciprocity from the room. Well, there was a second half to that question. The second half from Tonga was, how do you find the inner strength to do those talks? I've just been doing public speaking long enough now that it doesn't really require inner strength anymore. I've done it so many times that I just know it'll be fine. I know it'll be more than fine. I'm like, it'll be fine, it'll be great. Necropath says, Steven, did you ever thought of publishing an art book of your work? I bought Elsewhere from Jesper Edgesing recently. I quite like it. Yeah, we talk about that often on here. It's like, I would love to, but that's not up to an artist. Unless you're going to self-publish, which makes the product prohibitively expensive for most people, it's really not up to you. A publisher needs to sort of come to you and say, we want to work with you. I've had a few talk to me, sort of graze me a little bit, and the final conclusion usually winds up being something like, yeah, this isn't what they say. It's just me. The vibe I get from them is them going, all right, let's see if you get a little more famous, and that's it. It's like, most of the Kickstarters for people's art books that you see, it's the artist marketing them, but if you actually read the Kickstarter, they have a publisher, they're working with a Ballistic or something like that. It's like the publisher has to be on board. It's very difficult to create a book yourself and fulfill it yourself. And like I said, if you do that, you can usually only order in amounts where it just makes it prohibitively expensive for the audience, Each book would cost the audience, like, at bottom, it's going to wind up being like $90 plus shipping, because you just can't order enough to make the margins decent. What advice would you give to young Steven starting his art career? Nothing. It's like the knowledge of age and experience would have a chaotic effect on the young me. Probably anything that I told him he wouldn't listen to, so. Knowing my contrarian attitude, my reaction to receiving advice from my future self would be, yes, but it's much more interesting to become a different Steven than that Steven. So I would try to do the opposite of his advice, or do something completely unexpected. It's like, if I was visited by a future me, it's like, well, I'm not them. I have no interest in just becoming them. It's a deterministic nightmare, I'd start fighting against it immediately, I think. All that to say, yeah, I would just have zero interest in giving any advice. Do you think you achieved your magnum opus yet? If I get hit by a bus tomorrow, yes. Definitionally. If I don't get hit by a bus, then hopefully not. Hopefully I've got better stuff in me. All right. So there I've got my traced no lighting simple version. This is what I always struggle to do. I should have timed how long it took. Well, it's really not about length. It's just like I struggle always when I try to do this. I struggle to maintain the mindfulness to not draw the shadow shapes. I get distracted. I'm thinking about something else. Before I know it, 5 minutes went by where I added some blobs, and 5 minutes of blobs is like I covered the whole drawing in blobs, which is, again, how I would prefer to draw for just a beautiful ink sketch. But that doesn't work for the process that I'm actually trying to do here. Abstract says, Steven, do you think enlightenment is real? And if one was enlightened, what would that even mean? Someone asked this a few streams ago, and we had a long discussion about it. I wish I, had like a quick tag I could send you to go listen to that talk. But I'll try to paraphrase what I said. First off, it depends what you mean by enlightenment, because if you asked a bunch of monks from even marginally different sects of something like Buddhism, which is usually what people are referencing when they talk enlightenment, there's also some Advaita Vedanta stuff going on there and things like that, Hindu stuff. But if you ask any marginally different sect, or even monks in the same temple, if you separate them like Prisoner's Dilemma and say, define enlightenment, they're all going to say something different. I doubt everybody would agree on what they actually think enlightenment is. But if we take what the Buddha seems to have said enlightenment was, which was the permanent end to suffering and freedom from the cycle of rebirth, and even that we have to quantify, because if you believe the stories of the Buddha, it's not like the Buddha stopped suffering physically, right? Like there's tons of material that shows in the suttas that shows that the Buddha was quite troubled by his back pain in his old age. And even though he was ostensibly fully enlightened, he still needed to achieve a jhanic absorption in order to make the back pain go away. So a lot of people from the prosaic earthly view would say, well, that doesn't sound like a permanent end to suffering, right? And, if you have some degree of insight, then you can sort of cut a fine line there where you can make a distinction between experiencing pain and the suffering that comes from physical pain. There's pain plus suffering and just pain. And, if you have some degree of insight, you can at least imagine the distinction there. But for a lot of people earlier on in the journey, the idea that, you're going to be greatly troubled by your back pain. And if you've ever had back pain, you know how intense it can be. It's like, sure sounds like there's suffering involved. So even from a view of focusing on the Buddha, there is a lot of definitional problems, right? With like, what is enlightenment? So, acknowledging that, we say a permanent end to suffering and freedom from the cycle of rebirth. And then we throw in there what I personally think is just one of the most profound truths of what the Buddha said, which is, life is dukkha, right? It's like, it's suffering, unsatisfactory. There's a bunch of different translations, but even if you take it as unsatisfactory, that is a damning condemnation of what life is, right? And a lot of people try to soften the blow there and say, no, the translation of the Pali that I prefer is a little more like this, and doesn't that sound a little bit easier on life, right? It's like, I personally don't agree with that, right? And look, I'm not a Buddhist, right? I don't walk around saying I'm Buddhist, so I'm not saying that this is my ultimate view on the world. But I think that from my exposure to what the Buddha was trying to teach and all of that, like, it is if you actually listen to what the Buddha said, it's like, he's really hard on the world, right? And he acknowledges that there's incredible experiences, and, he
leaves a little open space for the jhanic absorptions, which he says are like the only worldly joy that he allows himself. But it's like, all in all, it's a damning condemnation of what the world of illusion is. He does say it is a monstrous, painful illusion that is nothing but suffering. The life is dukkha, right? It's anicca, anatta, dukkha. It's non-self, impermanent, and suffering, unsatisfactory, whatever your preferred translation. If we include a real serious reckoning with the fact that the world, life is suffering, and then we say that enlightenment would need to be permanent freedom from suffering, that is to say, freedom from the world and everything in it, and this is how I tend to think of enlightenment, I don't think that's possible outside of a monastic context. I can, on an optimistic day, I can see that it's possible. On a pessimistic day, it doesn't seem possible. But on the days where it seems possible, I'm like, yes, that should be possible for a monastic. Like, you do need to have sort of brothers and attendants and people feeding you, that outside of that context, the world is driven by desire and fear, and that underlies everything. You're afraid to starve to death, that's going to keep you working and keep you acquiring things and keeping you shoring things up and running from things, right? At base, to really remove all of the unbelievably subtle conditioning factors that condition things like avidya, just like desire and aversion, you need to have a different context, an unearthly context, a monastic context where other people are taking care of you. That's the way that it seems to me. So there's obviously alternate viewpoints, right? The viewpoint of like the bodhisattva and things like that, sort of the Zen for the marketplace. You're a fully enlightened being, but you're going to play around in the mud for the benefit of all sentient beings. And that's beautiful, and there's been times where I believe that, but I think the playing around in the mud does imply suffering and acceptance of suffering, right? Real liberation from suffering, and if you believe in something like rebirth on the wheel of reincarnation, I don't see it happening outside of a monastic context. And the Buddha, it seems, said that as well. As far as the scholars can tell, the Buddha does not have, within the mainline suttas, does not give any... There's nothing you could quote that would give credence to the idea of a non-monastic arhat. There seems to be implications through some interpretations of non-monastic stream enterers, once returners, non-returners, things like that, but not an arhat. Doesn't seem so. But all of that, you asked me about enlightenment, enlightenment with a capital E. That's my interpretation. Obviously, there's a lot of benefits on the spectrum leading to that. I think there's definitely things can be worse for you and things can be better for you. I hope that was at least interesting and not... I know most people interpret that stuff as up its own ass spiritual quackery, but I love all that stuff. So now I'm going to block in the lighting following the same patterns for the most part that I had in my sketch, in my pencil sketch. But, the whole point of this workflow that I'm testing is to keep it clean so that the final render goes much faster. Which, look at that. That answered basically exactly the question that Suhei asked right away. Just testing a workflow where I don't create a bunch of artifacts with the initial sketch so that I can instead leave a bunch of intentional artifacts in the final render, and that will go faster. At least that's the hope. This process would only be for if, actually, let me block out this tongue and a couple other things as well, because that's going to annoy me.
I would only do this workflow, if indeed it works. I would only do this workflow if I knew I was trying to achieve some respectable amount of finish on something. I would not do this workflow for a sketch. For something that I knew wanted to be just pretty raw and I could let be very unfinished but hopefully pretty. There, I would never try to be this clean. I would let light and shadow dance around and render early and things like that. I'm comfortable enough with form that I know how to do that nicely. That just creates a lot of artifacts if you want to push into a clean realm. Whoa, do I not want to flat the teeth. Save that for later. But I will do these eyes. Just using the big airbrush here. I feel detached from the painting during this type of workflow. Yeah, I don't usually do stuff like this. For that reason. It's always a trade-off between like immediacy and urgency and efficiency, you know? Bic Nguyen with the $5 donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bic says, happy Thanksgiving. Here's some coffee monies for your baby boy. Coffee for the baby. Thank you. Thank you so much. And he's going to get it. Indeed. I will turn these $5 into scalding hot, steaming hot, pure, uncut Colombian coffee for my baby boy. Put it right in the bottle. Give it a little test on my wrist. Make sure that hurts. Right in his mouth. And he loves it. I can see his eyes lighting up. He starts giggling a little while drinking. He's so happy. And I'll let him know that's from Bic. Is coffee good for baby though? It is for babies with Colombian genetics. It's not just good for them, it's essential. It's the only way for them to unlock their true potential. It's the only way for them to activate the sacred ZNA. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 Could do a more detailed pass later, after laying in the overall lighting. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Even though it looks very different because it's digital, this is basically still my pencil process. Lay in, form light, and form shadow. You know, when I'm being sort of disciplined, which is definitely not always. I spend a lot of time just being loosey-goosey and I know how to control that. But when I'm being disciplined in a pencil drawing, it is this. It's form light and form shadow with a single tone. So I really like this, just naturally rougher because of the natural variations of pencil and paper. And then I'm going to follow my same process, which is going to be then pay more attention to the transitions between light and shadow and cast shadow versus form shadow across the picture, and then start adding in variation in the light, and then finally variation in the shadow. Same thing I do in pencil. Pixel Art said, what piece of anatomy did you struggle with the most in your career? The Maximus Maximus, for sure. Most of you don't even know what that is because you're so ignorant to anatomy. That's the technical Latin name for your ass. The Maximus Maximus. It's Maximus, which in Latin means behind. You know, that's where we get the word back, you know, so Maximus, behind. And then Maximus is big, large, thick. But again, you guys wouldn't know anything about that due to your intense ignorance. Venom. Oh, do I want this multiply layer to get everything? It's an interesting workflow question. I'm going to try it not, because what I usually do is, yes, have the multiply layer affect all the locals, and I never like it. Because then I can't, like fuck with it on its own, you know, the multiply layer. So maybe, since I'm testing here, I should do what I don't usually do. Just have a separate multiply layer for each local. That's a little bit more work up front, but it should let me feel freer in the final pass because I'll just be able to merge down each individually and then just paint like normal. Yeah, I think that will work. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Who's a better Tom Hardy, or who's a better Venom, Tom Hardy or Topher Grace? You know, I couldn't say because I have not seen the Tom Hardy Venom movies. They looked awful to me. I mean, I just never had any interest. I mean, Venom looks like shit. Sorry to whoever worked on it, but I'm sure it was a design by committee thing. I mean, I hate the art direction of the Venom and the Tom Hardy movies. I just like shapeless. It just looks like a bubble suit with just like these very continuous, like undesigned non-muscle shapes and just like this ugly black finish. I think it looks so stupid. It's a very unartful handling of Venom, I think. And I think Tom Hardy's probably one of the best living actors, so I don't think it's a shame that even that is like not enough to make the movies interesting. Bye, Cursed Fetus. Take care. Arist says, we all know about the art secrets. What about the hair secrets? I don't know. I don't have any. Some people in chat might be beauty buffs or something like that. Okay, so what was I saying before I left? I said I am going to do separate multiplies for the separate groups. Great. Just great. Let me just do some clowns here real quick. So I know what I've done and what I haven't done. The hope always with these processes is that the stuff that takes a while up front, that is boring, that is annoying, that feels like a big time investment for little improvement in the picture, the hope is always that the investment there means that at the end, you get to paint the way that a pig eats, and you finish the picture in like a half hour. And that does work. It can work out that way. But damn. You gotta stay diligent on those middle steps. Sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and flat the teeth. No pun intended, right? You're saying your hair is just talented? I don't put anything in my hair. It always makes my wife laugh, but I just take like my face lotion, my face moisturizer. I just put some on my face and then I rub the rest through my hair. That's it. I hate having any kind of product in my hair. I find it very like gel and stuff like that. Oh, I can't stand it. Makes my hair feel sticky. The waxes and the dust make my hair feel like heavy. Like my hair is heavy enough, you know. Pretty thick ethnic hair. Like I don't want anything in it. And I have a lot of it. It's like feels annoying to have any weight added to it. Can I intersect these? Let me think. Alt, Shift. Oh, did it, baby. That was Photoshop Zen right there. Safi says, so what are you optimizing this workflow for? I'm thinking about taking some commissions at some point. So figuring out this workflow would give me like some sort of reliable or just some starting place for how long it'll take to do one, a more simple one. And at the same time, it would, of course, make an accurate sample because the sample would be made with that technique. Let's see if I actually do it. The main point of this process would be to, if I'm doing a job, you know, like a commission sort of a thing, the thing that I find most annoying is cleaning up artifacts, which are not a problem when I'm painting for myself, because when I'm painting for myself, I can just stop the second it isn't fun, right? Like I get the idea out early in the beginning. As soon as it's not fun, well, I'm done here. On to the next fun thing. You know, that's the best part about being an artist and doing your own thing. But if I'm doing something for someone, you know, I want to give them something nice. But yeah, but to have something a little more controlled, I don't want to get bogged down in the artifact cleaning stage. So that really drives me nuts. You can get through it. It just takes so long and it's not fun. It's like, however not fun it is to flat teeth, cleaning the artifacts of loosey-goosey painting all over the place takes 10 times longer. So I would definitely take the time investment of flatting teeth over the time investment of cleaning artifacts. Oops. And the trick is just to know when to merge down and get back to just painting. You can absolutely do that at some point. You just need to know when you're doing it, what you're giving up. When I find artifacts like this, these bits sticking out of the teeth, I should just clean them while I'm here. All right, teeth, and let's do gums too. I can keep all the teeth on the same layer. That's fine. Whoa, naming layers. I'm feeling very diligent today, aren't I? I feel like I'm back at work, doing clown passes, naming layers. Autumn Rose says, how do you move forward knowing you can finish something, but don't know how to improve the quality of it? So it's approaching something you're actually pleased with even a bit. Quality versus finish always comes down to design. You know, if you know you can finish it, sort of abstractly speaking, just like I can sit and polish all these forms and but it's still not going to look like really good. That always comes down to design, initial design decisions. And that's a lifelong battle. As much as you can, you know, on that particular piece, you can try to change things around and improve the design at the stage that you're at. But it's if you can't really do that, just try not to give up on the piece. Like, even if you know the design's not perfect, it is always a good idea to still just finish it. Because these days, very few people have the finishing ability. So it's like one of the most valuable things you can do as an artist. Most people just don't have the attention span to finish anything these days. So you want to build that muscle. Finish a lot, finish often, get in the habit. try to improve the design on the next one. Taco4 says, wouldn't someone commissioning you really want that truly raw Zapata? They might. It's an excellent point. And there's things I want to do too, you know? It's like if I'm going to do commissions, I'm only going to do them if they'll be at least, there needs to be room for me to improve while doing them, right? Like I don't want to do them just to do the same old thing over and over again, you know? Same old thing over and over again is for the fine art, for the ultimate, but I'm not taking commissions for fine art because that would ruin it. If I'm going to do commissions, I want to be able to, yeah, have some room to push myself. Do some things that I don't normally do. All right. Oh, one last flat. That damn spider. Why do you say there isn't room for that in doing fine art? No. There is tons of room for experimenting and doing new things in fine art. I mean that for me, at least currently, like I just know how to put this. I know exactly what I want to do with my stuff that's just for me. It's like I know what my pencil drawings are, and there's variation, you know, and different illusions that I want to play with in there. But from my viewpoint, it's like you got to understand, like my context is, hold on, I need to close this so that I can talk. I have a pretty broad view on art. So even though
all of my pencil drawings like look different and deal with different things, and I like to find a different illusion joke in a lot of them. To me, they're all the same thing over and over again, because I'm always thinking about the broad context of art, and I know it's kind of like, I know they're basically all the same, right? Because the actual first question when you sit down to draw is, should this even be a fucking drawing? Like, why isn't this a performance art piece? You know, why am I not sculpting something? Why am I not, you know, doing a sun print of something from my memory box and then flipping and rotating that through some algorithmic system and then doing a dance based on the output? Like, that's stuff like that is available in art, and that really is the initial questions you can ask about any artistic problem, right? So when I say the same thing over and over again, I'm speaking from that broader perspective. And obviously everything that I just described would be very fine arty. So obviously, yes, in fine art, there's nothing but room for experimentation. And every time that I sit down to do my fine art, I don't take it. I love drawing. I know I'm making a drawing, and I know that my drawings are going to look like a Steven fucking Zapata drawing every time. And yeah, that's just not something I'm interested in being commissioned for at all at this point. It would only a patron style commission would be interesting to me for that. One where basically somebody pays up front to own that drawing, but they would have no say in its creative aspects. It would just be, I'm going to pay you this much, it'll be mine, do whatever you want, and I do whatever I want. They have to trust my taste and my commitment to the beauty of my pencil drawings. And when I say it's finished, it's finished. There is no revisions, no input, nothing. Just I email them one day and say, there it is, and I mail it to them. That would be the only kind of commissioning I would be interested in for my pencil drawings at this point in my life. And even that, I'm slow to, I would be very slow to put that on the drawings. You know, my drawings are prayer, truly spiritual, existential for me. I really don't know. I don't know, that's why I don't sell them. That's why I've never sold them. It's like, once they get tied up with money, it's like, I think it's difficult to extract that, you know? Good night, Necro. Thank you, Bick, who says Venom is looking pretty badass already, even if you're just blocking in shadows. Yeah, the form goes a long way. I love form. Hun Snapper says, I know your opinion on commercial art and how most artists have to do this to get paid, but how do you see something like paleo art, like art for scientific and educative purposes? I think it's great. What's the issue? I think it's really nice that it's educational, you know?
feels a little deeper than maybe the typical commercial art task. All right, let's do a closer pass on these forms. Still one tone, but modulating the edges more carefully. I think the spider, since that is like on the body, on the main anatomy of the body, I think that makes sense for the one multiply to apply to both. So I'll put that under. That's a character specific thing. That wouldn't apply to all characters, of course. Gonna turn the lines way down so I can focus on the forms more isolated. And because of all of our prep work, this should look cool pretty fast. Even though it will look cool very fast, we'll try not to rush it. And don't forget, I've got my sketch open on my other monitor. This is it. So I'm looking at that, and I'm trying to make a more elaborate version of that lighting plan, but stick to that lighting plan, which feels okay to me when I squint at it. It feels dramatic and clear. And that's one light source. I'm also open to, once I've got that one main light source nailed in, I'm open to adding more, doing 2 light sources or 3 that are not in the sketch, but I want this one first to look good. because that will sort of be the anchor for the lighting design. Keep hitting the tab key instead of the tilde key for the eraser. Yeah, Max, I don't know why YouTube out of nowhere switched everybody's handles and usernames and stuff like that. It's a question. What's your favorite process part while doing digital? Putting down the forms, touch-ups, end coloring. Ooh. There's very little I like. Especially in comparison to traditional. Let me think. What's my favorite thing to do in digital? You know, my favorite thing to do in digital is just designing. Because when I design, I just run everything together. It can just be a soupy mess just to get the idea out. Like, I'll show you like my favorite thing to do digital. It's just stuff like this. It's like, it's all one layer, painting and lines and textures and all of that are all squished together. There's like no, and you could never finish this stuff. Like, this has to be basically stuck at this level, but getting to this level, this is my favorite thing. This can be pure fun in digital. All color, all value, all drawing, all the design, all the brush strokey stuff, all at once, you know? But you do get stuck, you know, at least for me, to push this to a more resolved finish, it would be faster for me to start over and work clean than to remove all of the artifacts that are in the way from this rough. That's the hard thing about working digital. I find that is less, for some reason that's less true with traditional. I don't know. The great thing about traditional is that, see, digital, there's no constraints, there's no surface, which sounds like an advantage, but at least from my perspective is not an advantage. The beautiful thing about traditional is that the materials narrow you and they focus you, and they let you know how much time you have until the picture's done, because you literally can't change the surface anymore. You filled every piece of the grain, there's too much paint on the canvas, things like that. And I just find that from the very beginning, you just make different choices and you act differently, and it really feels like you could just get to a finish faster in a sense, you know? Or maybe not faster, but more directly. Like, I have a much easier time cleaning up the artifacts in a pencil drawing than I do something digital. We've been going for 4.5 hours. That means my headphones should die any minute now. Maxime says, went AFK for an hour and you already have that? Wow, looking good. Thank you. Yeah, no, when you do a slow prep, when you do a slow prep method like this, each initial step goes faster and faster, or each progressive step goes faster and faster, does more to the picture. So it's like I've basically added like a strong sense of form to the body in the same amount of time that it took me to like sketch the drawing, you know? Which would definitely not be the case working traditional or if I was not doing a slow prep method. To get clean form like this would take certainly much longer than the initial sketch, you know? But a method like this reverses that. Thanks, Cody. Fans, dude. Venom. What do I want to do? Gray Venom, Blue Venom, Black Venom. Have you ever done digital sculpting? Yes. Draxon says, hi Steven, do you have a pre-established color palette or do you choose colors as the drawing progresses? Depends on the task. Right now I don't have a color palette. Samuel Kelly Studi says, "Hey Steven, how can I get as handsome as you?" To which Draxon Guan says, "Impossible, man." Well, if my life is any indication, just spend all your time drawing. That's what worked for me. As you spend more and more time drawing, your face should slowly start to crack and contort to a more beautiful visage. All right, what am I doing? I was painting on the multiply layer, naturally. Because I was doing a bit. I'm making this workflow up as I go along, obviously. This is a workflow test, so I'm trying to think what layer of information do I want to add next? And then where should that layer of information sit in the layer stack? Cody says, for magic art, seeing that it's viewed at such a small scale, do you think I should bend the light and values a little more towards the extremes than usual to help the tiny read? That I do not think is a good idea. Values are very temperamental, especially for magic, which is so lean towards subtle value structures now. I'm not saying don't do it. My gut tells me it's not the way to go. Yeah, I wouldn't. It's like, if anything, I don't think that their style and their sort of practices for having a good read on card art is about pushing values towards the extremes. It's just about staging even subtle values so that they read clearly, you know? Like, what do I mean? Like even if the shoulder of a character and the background are going to be pretty close in value at that contour of the shoulder, balancing it just right. So even though they're only a few steps apart, there's like little modulation along the edge of the shoulder so that the shape is clean and the value holds at that edge so that that value meeting is very clear. There's not like a bunch of noise along that value meeting. Because if you just start pushing the shapes everywhere, then you're just going to wind up breaking the value structure, you know? You're going to lose your ability to control hierarchy. Nifty Nile says, could you explain what it is you are doing now with this layer shadowing, deep shadows, or texturing? I'll explain once I know what I'm doing. This is a workflow test after all. It's like I'm figuring it out. It's like I'm creating the workflow. You know, I'm not like using somebody's workflow that I found online or something like that. So I'm experimenting right now. As you guys have heard me saying as I go, it's like, all right, well, I usually do this with these layers in this order, and I know I don't like that, so let me try it different. Let me do these layers in this order. It's like, that's how I'm thinking right now. I'm not just like iterating on something that I understand perfectly, you know? Zotek says, hi, Steven. Any chance to get a big butt Venom Steven for the accident story? For the accident story? The Ascendant story, you mean? It's canon now, right? It is canon. There go my headphones. That's fine. I was getting a little sick of listening to music. Oh, man. It's almost 5. A bunch of you are going to be leaving work soon. Happy holidays. If you're in the States, happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your rest. Enjoy your food. I know I will. And don't forget, it's Black Friday, the course is on sale, etc., etc. This is just on a normal layer, huh? And I guess that works in this stack. It makes perfect sense. Mark Burnett has the same workflow to rendering as this piece of yours. Says, I wear a void. Uses a brush with hard edge on one side and soft on the other. That's not the kind of brush I'm using right now, but I do have a brush like that in my repertoire somewhere. I do stuff like this with just the airbrush. And I get hard edges by just making the airbrush very small. Rendering that foreshortened quad feels like rendering a car or a spaceship or something like that. Hear my son going off in the distance. Just adding some noise to the base gray. Give it a little variety. Okay, that's of interest. I like that look. All right, it's going to be 5 o'clock here. We've been going for 5 hours. I am going to have to go take care of my kid in a bit. So I'm going to keep going for a little while. But I am going to have to start thinking about signing off. So I'm going to try to not, as always, when I know I'm going to sign off, I'm going to try to not rush steps that are supposed to go slow. So I'm just going to say, this is okay for today. Keep working on this on the next one. But if you have any last questions before I go, you let me know. Questions about the mind, art, or maybe the course, El Curso. Either of the El Cursos, which are on sale. ZapataCourses.com will get you to them, or formforimagination.com, or ZapataCourses.com/design fundamentals, whatever you want. I'm gonna put a white shape for this. If anyone has questions about the course or anything like that, that's all good. Ooh, it's all good. How would I want to colorize this? For simple colors like this, gradient maps are usually what I like. I have to do that, select this, take out the spider, invert all of that, obviously. God, you need to be crazy to know how to use Photoshop to do stuff like that quickly. A little bit of layer kung fu over there just happened off camera. And you ever thought about doing t-shirts with your drawings? No. I don't really like working super graphic like that. It's like, I don't really want to be thinking about like, I just want to draw, you know, I just want to make pictures. I don't really want to think about like, how's this going to read on a t-shirt, you know? It's not for me. Do you usually stream Wednesdays? These days, it's Wednesday, Thursday usually. But I'm usually enjoying, now, I don't know, I feel like, so I've been trying to stream at night more, but I feel like it's been really hard. So I'm still trying to basically fix my internal clock, but if I can't pull it off, like if I really need to do days, I'd switch it to the weekends. You know, I'd stream like Saturday or Sunday on schedule. Cause right now I could do like the occasional Monday or Friday, because my wife is currently part-time at work, so she could take care of the kid at those times. But that'll end soon enough. So streaming middle of the day is my preference. You know, I'm just more awake, got more energy, but you know, the schedule, as any parent knows, the schedule is the kid's schedule. That's what it comes down to. Jesus, the dogs are going nuts. It's chaos in my home right now. Chaos. All right, where did I... This is always all messed up. There we go. That's very punchy. Do all sorts of weird stuff here. If you're going to go down the gradient map route, you could do this for hours, just playing with different positions and things like that. A little more contrast in the mid-tone. Why can't I get the... It's weird that I'm not getting the result that I want, but that's just a result of the layer stack. Where Void says gradient shading, man, that is fast. That's what I'm saying. You know, when you do a process like this, like I said, it's like things start painfully slow, and then because you're building things up carefully, each progressive step makes a bigger and bigger difference to the picture, faster and faster and faster. So, you know, the gradient map works clean here because of the structuring underneath that was slow and boring and careful to be built. So, and the great thing is that, of course, it's not... I was about to give Photoshop a compliment, and then it decided to fuck me. You saw that I forgot to save the gradient. You know, you'd think it's just there, you X out, it's good to go. I forgot to accept the goddamn gradient, so it's all gone. All that careful color picking. Good thing that I was just messing around. Thanks, Photoshop. Oh, great. I mean, that's... Who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want that? I'll reconstruct it fast. Ooh, that happens to bring out a bunch of texture. That's fun. That's why I beat up the bass tone with that gray, took it from a flat gray to that one that has a bunch of noise built in. Because occasionally, when you hit just the right spot in the gradient map, it pulls out all of that texture. You can see there it really doesn't, and then right there it does kind of yank it out. That's kind of fun. All right, so let me just accept that before I forget it. Let's do another gradient map. I'm just messing around right now. This is the, while I say goodbye, this is a step that I would do slower and carefuler when doing it for real next time we do this. So I'd map it down. This is going to be just for the spider and could also be for the eyes. I guess really these maps should be over every layer. Invert, make that black, great. And then let's get this. Go to frickin' over E. Oh, let's make it a spider. Turn this to a general. A little lighter. Sneak some warms in there to set things off. Yeah, maybe we can sneak in a cool between that one and that one. Let's see if we get anything nice. Ooh, that looks kind of cool. Yeah, I like that sickly green light. That's dope. And I could copy this up and apply it to something like the eyes to get the same white by locking it and just making the mask completely white. So that the eyes don't look exactly the same, of course, because they have no paint in them. But if I quickly paint into the eyes. Just getting a little noise first. You can see that as I paint, the gradient map above them is coloring the brush strokes that I put down. So I like working like this with the maps, but only for simple stuff. I find it gets a little unruly. Like if this was a character with like clothes and a complicated outfit, this would be, I don't know. I don't like doing that. It drives me kind of nuts. There, I would rather do just like soft light layers or something like that and manually paint in the different zones. Gradient maps are just so annoying to set up that I don't know. I don't have it in me to set up a separate gradient map for like every button, every buckle, things like that. It's like, oh Jesus, it's gonna take forever. So yeah, there's some potential here. I think I want to drag that whole arm down more behind his head. It's either that or structure a lot of stuff in there better. I like the value variety I got on the spider with the map. 2 blue needs some real blacks to anchor it, for sure. All right, everybody. Time to hit the road. Any last questions? You'll let me know. And with a base like this under everything, I would then be able to just paint a little bit more loosey-goosey. And have a solid base to structure it. The texture is crazy, tasty colors. Yeah, I mean, literally no effort in 2 seconds at the end of this stream while goofing around. Yeah. That's the, that's why you do a slow build process. I'm just speed running it here just to give myself a little excitement, but doing it for real, I wouldn't go quite this fast. I would continue to mine the benefits of slow, patient work before pulling all those triggers. Put in a little red bounce light because of the ambient from the background we implied. I'm doing it again, aren't I? This happens every stream. I'm like, I'm going, I'm leaving, whoops, I'm drawing. Oh, I'm sorry, am I still drawing? It's very difficult to leave it at just 5 hours of drawing, you know? Enjoy your Black Friday, everybody. I hope you find incredible deals. Lord, deliver us from these incredible savings. A little bit of orange to counter the blue, the cyan. I mean, he definitely came out cyan even in this goofy pass just because of I'm thinking of the Venom from Marvel vs. Capcom. Most productive moment of the day. Also feels like 5 minutes. It can turn into another extra 5 hours. I know. That moment where you're just like, I'm stopping now. And then you're just like, real quick, let's just see what else we can do. Just do a few little things right here. I know. Every artist understands. Could do comic book lines. Just for that high contrast punch. Do I want that? Does mean outlining the whole thing again. Could look cool though. The punch of that pure black. I don't know what. Do you guys have fun? Safi says, I love that you still have this much room for play this deep into the process. Yeah, I mean, if all of that setup was just to make me stay tight all the way to the end, I wouldn't do it. You know, if I'm gonna do any tightness in the process, doing the flats and all that, for me, that has to be so that I can add craziness at the end. I can hear Thanksgiving planning happening right outside my door. The sister-in-laws are here. Zapata, it's been days. It's Christmas. Don't tell me that. Sometimes you just gotta have fun rendering adults before you call it quits for the day. Crazy colors on that. Crazy is fun. All right, folks. Now I'm for real gonna get off. And we won't use any of that. If I want to really test this workflow, I got to go back to here and do the gradient, the initial gradient maps actually carefully. All right, everybody. Happy holidays. You get the course. Black Friday, etc., etc. Thanks for hanging out on stream. Goodbye to Eugene Borkan, Jesus the Comeback, Nehabar, 8 Fresh Pawns, Safi 1R Jordy, Sweet Jordy, Doobadoo, I Wear a Void, Rescription, Max Rulov, Nifty Nozzle, Life 606, Zoket, Suplex Mess. Goodbye, everybody. Happy holidays. Happy Thanksgiving. Take care, everybody. Keep drawing. Keep being happy. Keep being peaceful. Peace. All right, everybody. Bye-bye.